Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to my stream. For those who are new or haven't been around recently, I am working on a game for a game jam. The theme is community, so me and the team that I'm working with, we are making, sort of a puzzle style game, where it's like the Korok puzzles from Breath of the Wild, but we're also including some kind of like spellcasting system with it as well, which it's a little different as far as the spellcasting system, but it's I don't know, it's not bad. In fact, I can show what I've got so far, which I actually need to test the camera settings here. Okay, actually, yeah, I also need to. That's right. I need to actually adjust the third person camera a little bit too. So I've got a player object that can push stuff around, like the balls here and all. Go. That's gonna fall off the plane. There we go. I can go upstairs, downstairs. I can push the cube that's here. I think I can push this cube too. Yeah, okay. So push that cube, but this cube is different. So this one, I hit the click button, so it brings up this interface. Then I do some kind of pattern for a spell like this. It allows me to levitate the cube. Oh, oh, there, I can still move it. And then there we go. All right, so it's not bad. Still got a few things that probably need to change with it. You know what? I know one thing I want to do. Let's get that part fixed. So actually, alright, so we go into this. So the casting camera is enabled. So we do this. And then it goes back to the move camera. Alright. Okay, so bring up the scripts here. Our magic manager. So we start the casting. And then here's where we toggle the camera. Although, oh, I swapped these accidentally. Okay. 0 is our default like move camera, where 2 is going to be our spell camera. Actually, hold on. I need to change this. End casting and then cast spell. Which that's what I want to do. And then I don't want to toggle the camera here. Yeah. We're gonna change it to where instead we're gonna do it in this. So this is a levitatable object script that is on that cube. So what I want to do is put it here. So start levitation and then camera manager dot instance dot toggle camera, and we want camera 0. Okay. All right, so put that in. Oh wait, not camera 0, camera 2. This goes to that. And we also want, so the camera is 0, 1 here. We also want this in the end spell. End spell. There we go. That is what. Okay. Although our spell camera is going to be different. The spell camera, I want to. Let's deactivate the move camera. Let's put up the spell camera. And we're going to move it. Yeah, I'm trying to think how we want to do this. Although I don't want to. Oh, wait, hard lock to target. Oh, framing trans. What's a framing? Requires a follow target. Orbital tracked dolly transposer. Transposer? A follow target. Basically what I want is I want to get a frame where it's our player and the object that we're moving. Let's take a look at our camera here. So for this, what if I had a big, okay. I don't want to follow the player. Actually, I don't want it to follow anyone because I want it to be a, hmm. Look at player, convert to a target group. And what if we grabbed our cube? So that's our cube. Our target group. Oh, so I did need to do the follow? What does that look like? Oh. So I need to position this a bit. Follow target group. And look at target group. Third person follow? No. Frame transpose, hard lock, no. Orbital transpose. What I want is sort of like like a overhead sort of look at both our player and the object that's going to be moving. Frame transpose. Nope. Let's look. What's the orbital transpose? Nope. Hmm. Yeah, that's probably not going to work for what I want. Framing. Oof. Yeah, this is probably not gonna work. Let's just set that back down to there. Okay. It might just be we'll have to do a stationary camera at this point. Hmm. All right, let's take a look here. Oop. Um, we don't need the target group anymore. Hmm, not bad. Let's try with that camera. That should be interesting. Hmm. actually. I could set the follow to the player. Yeah. So then technically, so watch. I do. Oh, maybe not. Supposed to follow. Okay. Wait, aim. There. Nope. Actually, what is this gonna do? Oh, that's kind of cool. It's okay. It follows the player, but it keeps an eye on the actual object. That might work. So if I put the player over here, then we start levitating the cube. Okay. That might actually work. I want the follow target to be the player follow target, so that'll. But still, the fact that it's looking. There we go. It's looking at the cube, but that'll change because we're gonna set that. Follow offset. So, okay, so that's like directly overhead. I'll set that like 10. We can. Interesting. We will play around with that. But for now, that's not bad at all. Field of view. We'll put it at 50. Oh, wait, I removed the wrong one. We need that. We don't need the aim. Or the look at. That's what we're gonna, the look at is what we're gonna set on the go. Okay. So, our levitatable. Let's modify this. Public void set camera look at. Or pass any game object. And we're also gonna do set camera follow. All right. There we go. And the same thing for over here, except we're doing follow. Cool. Then we go back to here and we do camera manager dot instance dot set camera look at game object, which is basically the current game object that this is being yeah, that this is attached to. So then on inspell we want to manager dot instance dot toggle camera 0 and then this shouldn't matter. Actually, well, it should. There we go. We'll go with that. Oops. Wait. My game not showing up. There we go. Refreshing. All right. So then that should be good. That's on. Okay. Play. I might put in a command. Put in some debug commands to switch cameras. All right, so we're over here now. Good. All right, so let's start this. Object reference not set to an instant. Oh, so we can't set it to null for the look at. Oh, I'm a. Okay, I know why. I know it's actually. I should probably change that. Um, transform. It should be a transform, not a game object. So there we go. Excuse me. Okay. I need to learn to code. Yeah. It takes some time, but I mean, there's a lot of videos and tutorials out there that helps you learn how to code. One I would recommend when it comes to coding in general, is a YouTube channel called Free Code Camp. They do a lot of tutorials and various different things. Little information as far as like what I'm using right now. The programming language is C Sharp. It is one of the easiest languages to learn, and once you learn one language, it's not that hard to learn more. The feel is roughly the same once you get really good at one. But yeah, free code camp, or if you want to do game dev, um, kind of stuff, Unity. There's a lot of YouTube channels that do deal with Unity development, which is what Unity is what I'm using right now to make a game. Um, I would definitely recommend a channel called Brackies or um uh Brackies or oh, what's his name? Josh someone. I think it's Josh Weinman. I can't believe I'm blanking out on this. Josh Wyman. Yeah, okay, I was close. Alright, but yeah, YouTube. They have YouTube channels, so go there. There'll probably be videos there for stuff like that. Okay, so I need to fix this. I'm getting a null exception error, which was the whole transform thing. And then I need to fix, oh, right here. Transform. Alright, so that should work. And then the other, yeah, this should work. Back to our camera manager. That's fine. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put those commands in, actually. We're going to test that out. Debug manager. Yeah. So, help, test command. We don't really need the test command anymore because that was just be there. So we have, actually, let's take it out of here too. We have our help command, and we have a set look speed. Let's do actually I need to name it up here. We don't need this. Okay. Public static debug command. We're setting it. Actually, we should probably yeah. Before I do that, so I'm gonna make a set active camera command, but before I do that, I'd like to know what cameras we have. So let's do a list cameras. Yeah, I'm only an environment designer, and since people always come to a time they are unmotivated and can't get over the hump, the teams always end the game making. Okay, yeah. I understand that. I'm feeling a little bit that way with my current with this current um game dev, but it's kind of just part of the process. It's part of game dev. You run into challenges or ruts, and just um sometimes it's either from just burnout, which burnout, like you want to try your best to avoid burnout, so like, I mean, take breaks, um like don't like trying to, for me it's like I try to only work during the weekdays. Of course I can do that right now since I don't really have a full-time job, and I just play games on the weekend or something like that, which is just relax. But yeah, burnout, and sometimes you can get stuck with like ideas or something. Sometimes it's best to just like write a lot of your ideas down on paper and try to get out of your head so you can actually sift through them. But sorry, I'm rambling a little bit here, but yeah, I get where that's coming from. Let's see here. I know for me, I try to work on personal projects. And I'm pretty good at programming. But like I need to actually see about personally need to see about working on some of the other skills when it comes to game dev, because like I'm not the most amazing artist. Actually, I can't really do much art at all, so I need to actually see about doing some art stuff, because when you're wanting to be to make your own games, it's good to have to be able to juggle two different skill sets at least. Yeah, kind of fun because they were afraid I was going to burn out, but the reason if I am burning out now is because they don't do anything anymore. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, motivation's a bit of a factor. I don't know. Sometimes, I mean, yeah, sometimes you just kind of just need a break and just play some games, get some give yourself some time to get some inspiration and stuff. Um, but I mean, I guess if it's your team, then yeah, there's not much. The problem is you don't have time in life to learn everything. Yes, that is one thing. That's why a lot of indie devs either use like free assets, or they try to outsource whatever skill sets they don't have. So if you're an artist, a lot of times indie devs will hire on a programmer to do a lot of the programming, or if you're a programmer, you um, hire out to get art assets and stuff like that. Yeah, you don't have time to learn everything, but I mean, even some simple, like just simple stuff and all isn't too bad. Just having, I mean, like design skills, just coming up with having good design skills for your game is a plus, at least. Hmm. The more talk about the game to them, the more they don't want to talk about it. So we can't do so much. Well, I mean, team motivation is definitely something to um is another tough one, I guess. Um, yeah, I guess I don't know. I know before this game jam, I was doing a previous game jam, and we had we had a pretty good, solid, motivated team. Sometimes I think what helped us be quite motivated for that was our was it one of our guys was a producer of sorts. He was a producer slash I think he said he was a game journalist or something like that. But he definitely helped as far as keeping things on track, and also just helped us just encourage us to stay motivated and all and stuff like that. And honestly, the team was it was very much motivated in general. But yeah, I guess you do come across the people who they're just not all that motivated, or um I don't know. Sometimes, I mean, you can only do so much, but it still just comes down to the team member to if they actually do want to do it. I've had that problem in the past with other team members, so it's kind of just a thing. And I guess I'm not. It's kind of one of the questions I haven't gotten the answer for either. Is what do you do with in that situation? Oops. List cameras. So list all available cameras. Yeah, I doubt my programmer actually want it anymore. Um, yeah, I mean, I know I'm a little for this one. I'm a little less motivated because for this one, this game jam, I guess perfectly honest, and most likely some of my teammates are probably watching this. Um, but I guess for me personally, honest, I'm a little less motivated for this because I don't know. We didn't have. I don't think our design plan is very solid to start with, and on top of that, um, a good number of our members are, which I guess it's no fault to them, but some of them, I mean, they're not only just like they're going to school and stuff, but they're also, I mean, they've got work and stuff, so it's kind of a time thing, so they're not really able to invest much time into this. Um, Maybe if we go top down instead, then he might want to work again. He has something for top down. I mean, if it also comes to just projects, yeah, there's a lot of. Actually, I kind of just watched. What was it? It was a GDC. Oops, I just popped one of the keys off my keyboard. Um, it was a GDC video I actually just watched recently. It had to do with it was the speaker was speaking about like when it came to the motivation to finish a game, to finish his games, and he had so many different games that he had started, but he never finished any of them. And I can relate to that because I mean I've got a GitHub full of projects that just never finished. Um, but part of it was in fact let me see if I can find the video. I actually just watched it recently. Where is it? I know I just watched it. Nope, that's not it. Well, um, That's odd. I don't know why that's not in my history. Anyway, I guess I'll find out later during one of my breaks or something. But yeah, finishing a game is definitely something. And I guess I don't know if you've done any game jams, but game jams is a good way to get a finished game. I've actually got literally this year. I I've been in, including the one I'm in right now. I've been in 3 game jams. At the beginning of this year, I was in the global game jams, and then in August I was doing the, it wasn't brackies, it was extra credits, um extra credits game jam in August. That was my previous team, and we finished that game. And then now it's this one. Both of those games we finished, and they were pretty decent teams. Um but they were fairly small games. In fact, the game that I made for my previous jam, it was like we had all sorts of stuff that we wanted to add, but thankfully, like the guy I mentioned, the producer slash game journalist, since he did his best to keep us on track. The key thing was to um our main focus was to make a minimal viable product. So just like we looked through all the features that we were wanting to add and stuff like that. It's like, okay, for this to be a decent, solid game, what must we have, no matter what, in the game before time runs out for the game jam? And we list off the things, and we actually got those things done. And a good, pretty much a majority of the other stuff that we wanted to get in didn't make it in. But honestly, just being able to finish the game like that was freaking awesome. Just the feeling of achievement for actually finishing a game is great. So honestly, like and yeah, I had a pretty good team for that game jam, but I know not as many people can get. Sometimes, I mean, you got a team that just either doesn't have the time, they have other stuff that they are doing or working on, or just motivation is low for the person. And I guess in that case, which I just popped that key off again on my keyboard. And I guess that's kind of like, I guess a little bit of my thought process right now is for in that kind of situation, and almost kind of in this situation, is if it looks like that the game's not going to be all that much finished by the end of this, then I mean, I can do the best I can and try to make it playable, make it fun, or something like that. And I mean, if not, honestly, I'm learning new things during this. Yeah, soon I'll ask if we just gonna end the project sadly. Honestly, like, that's, I mean, that's kind of how, because usually, like, all you hear about is the good stuff, the good projects and all when it comes to game dev, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the stuff that started off when, in the beginning, got scrapped. Like mostly it's prototypes and stuff and other game concepts. I mean, so no, not all projects are the best or are sound and all, but I mean, it's still, even if your project doesn't make it to like a full out like finished game, you're at least learning on the way. I mean, for me, it's like for this project, for this game so far, I've actually embedded. I mean, I've actually got like working in-game console commands and stuff working, and I've actually, this is the first time me working with a third-person camera and actually getting the flow of it and stuff like that. And then I've also been working with the interactions and all. And honestly, like even if this doesn't finish out, I'll still be satisfied with what I've done. Because I mean, some of this stuff, this is like stuff I can still use for other projects. In fact, I was actually last night. I was just, I mean, thinking of third-person cameras and third-person controls. I was actually playing uh Dark Souls Remastered with a friend last night, and it was interesting after actually programming the actually doing the programming to actually make the third-person camera work and third-person controls work and all that stuff for my game, and then actually playing a AAA game that had third-person camera controls and stuff like and different things like that. It was interesting experiencing that and looking at it from a different angle, be like, oh, so like that's how they probably did it, or this is probably how they did the camera, or most likely or maybe they're doing it this way or stuff like that. And it just, the different thought process on how they're doing stuff just by observing the game, and then also like doing your own kind of thing yourself is, I don't know, it's really interesting, and definitely like it's an eye-opener almost. I mean, I've also seen like lots of videos on like Reddit of game dev videos of different indie developers actually like remaking different mechanics from famous games in Unity, and it's like, well, that's kind of cool. I mean, and a lot of it looks like spot on, like, wow, this looks like they literally just took it right out of the game and did it. But yeah, it's great. Um, thank you for the follow, Shaky Shade. But yeah, it's interesting, and you're it's more of the journey than the actual like, I guess, projects most of the time, because as I said, like I have a GitHub full of uncompleted stuff, but still, like a lot of those projects I did all sorts of different things that I could actually pull reference to and actually make a use in other games that I could do. That was my wife laughing, so. You having fun watching people stream at horror games? Oh my gosh. That's fine. Watching Dad's videos. Apparently, Dad's playing a horror game, and he's a very sissy when it comes to horror games. Anyway, so I guess I'll get back to this. So I was making a command to list cameras. Yeah, it's just list cameras. Okay, so and then we'll make our method here. And then for this, what I want to do is I need to print out all the names of the registered cameras I have in the camera manager. Which I should probably actually make a command for that, or make a method for that. Because here's my cameras. I mean, I guess that would work, but I guess this will just... let's see here. List camera names. Actually, this should probably be... What site is best for game jams? So a lot of people use, I don't know if you've heard of itch.io. That's where a lot of indie developers put a lot of their games and projects and stuff, and that they also have a game jam section where people put up schedules for game jams. The game jam I'm in right now is for a gaming convention that's actually hosted locally where I live. It's mainly for, well, it's a game conference for the Midwest of the US. It's called GDEX. So this is their first game jam. It's the GDEX Game Jam. Okay. Yeah. itch.io is fairly popular. They have a huge schedule for game jams there. Notable, I'd definitely say if you want to get with a team or find a decent team, I would recommend some of the major game jams out there. So I mentioned the global game jams, although that's usually hosted around February. But then also there's Ludum Dare, which I think actually is going on right now. I remember there was like 1 or 2 game jams that are going on right now during this game jam, and I was like, dang it. Like, I have to pick one because they're going on at the same time, and I can't just split my time. There's no way I'm going to be able to split my time between 3 game jams, which I definitely would not recommend. Yeah, the big noticeable ones are global game jams, Ludum Dare, there's what's his name? And then there's a couple YouTube famous YouTube channels that host game jams. Bracky's was one. Extra Credits was one, and then there's also, what's his name? Another YouTube channel run by a guy. He does a lot of game design stuff. Oh, Game Maker's Toolkit. Yeah, he does a game jam as well. Those from what I know, those are the most notable ones. I also have one that I'm going to be doing. I plan on attending in November. It's called the. I think I posted it to my previous team. Wondering about doing it. Where is it? Oh wait, here we go. Oh, Game Off. It's called the Game Off Game Jam. That is hosted by GitHub. And game jams can be like different links as far because, okay, I guess I've been throwing around the term game jam a lot. A game jam is basically just it's an event where you make a game within a given time period. A lot of them are 48 hours, so you got 48 hours to make a game. The one I was doing previously, I think, was 72 hours. This one's a little bit more laid back. The one I'm working on right now is 2 weeks. But then the one in November is a month. It's for the entire month of November. There's a couple other month ones. I know October. I've seen some game jams that do like a Halloween themed game jam for October. Or horror game jam or something like that for October. I've seen a couple of those. I haven't attended those. I guess that would be interesting. I've never really done a horror game. I don't know. It'd be interesting to do and all. If I wanted a horror game, honestly, my favorite kinds of horror games are just the zombie kinds, where it's just like you are running and shooting. But that's not really much of a horror game. That's just more of a thrill. Like games like Left 4 Dead 2 or The Forest. Well, The Forest is a survival game, but it's got a bit of a scary horror aspect to it as well. Or recently GTFO. I do have to say GTFO is great. If you ever want to look into it, I definitely recommend. But I'd also recommend if you do look into it, you would definitely want to go find their either find their Discord and see if you can find a decent team on there, or get some friends along to do it, because it is a difficult game. Mostly interested in RPGs. Yeah. I don't know if there are any game jams that are solely focused on RPGs. There might, though. I mentioned itch.io. They have a calendar there where lots of different events are posted, and there's a bunch of them. So most likely there might be an RPG one. And then there are some game jams that are like solely focused on certain game engines, like Unity or Unreal or Godot or RPG Maker or I don't know what that, I can't remember what the one that's like used for 2D games a lot. Actually, I think it's Game Maker Studio or something. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, there are a lot of jams out there. And honestly, I like jams because it's just, not only is it it helps you with limiting your time as far as how much you spend on a project, and also pressures you into thinking and strategically as far as designing and making a game. But honestly, I mean, even if it's like a tiny little game, it's actually kind of nice, because I mean, you have most of the time you end up with a finished game, so then add that to your portfolio for stuff. It's great. Alright, so back to, oh yeah, list camera names. So I need cameras dot, I need to get all of the names from the game objects dot for each. Actually, no. We should be able to do select link. Thank you. Yes. Select. So then for each game object, we only want the names. Actually, nah. We can just return a string. So let's just do string names equals empty string. And then we can do, let's change this to a for each. Fine. We'll just do it the typed out way. For each game object obj in cameras. So for each game object in camera, we want to add object.name and then a space. Actually, no. Let's just do object.name. And then we can do if object doesn't equal cameras dot last. Actually, yeah, cameras dot last. If it's not the last one on the list, then we want to do names plus equals comma and space. There. And then outside the loop, we return names. So then let's go back to our debug manager. Cameras. Oh, I don't have a console really for this. Actually, how does that help? I'm gonna have to revise this, but that's okay. Yeah, kind of cool to have on portfolio. Yeah, I'm actually, I eventually want to actually see about making my own website for portfolio. I'll probably make my own because a lot of my programming experience comes from being a web developer, so I have the experience and know how to make a website, so it's not too bad. Okay. So whenever I do the help thing, I need to think this one through. Or I might have to, well, actually, I may have to redo this a little bit because this only shows if you're doing the show help. I want to actually print out I guess for now I could just put it in the debug console and then I'll fix it later. So debug dot log camera manager dot instance dot list camera names. There we go. So then let's test that out. Clear. Okay. Play. Okay. So then list cameras. I didn't type that right, did I? Help. Oh, I must have, I forgot something. What did I forget? List cameras. I didn't even add it to the command list. No. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. List underscore cameras. Oh. Alright, yeah, that's perfect. CM move camera, CM casting camera, CM spell camera. Alright, so it works. Cool. The thing is, I don't want it to show down here. I want to actually have a console up here, like when I type the help command. It shows this. But I can probably work on that. I'll see if I can do that after I get what I want to get into place. So we have a list camera, and then we want a public static debug command. Actually, I just thought of something. The way I toggle cameras is through an ID, so a number, but I'm showing the names. So I need to actually, hold on, set active camera. I need to actually show the IDs when I do the list cameras. So I need to go back to here. Okay. So I do want to do this. So what I want to do is object.index. Nope. Cameras dot index of object. There we go. Actually, let's do square brackets instead of curly brackets. You don't. Oh, whoops. These ones. Replace these ones. Cool. All right. So that actually should be different, although I shouldn't have closed that yet. Let me look at this again. Okay, so we're done with that. We have a toggle camera here method, and it takes the ID of the camera that you want to switch to. So then over here, we are doing set active camera. I'm going to hit, okay, let's space those out, and then set underscore active camera equals new debug command with int parameter. Okay. Set underscore active camera. So sets the active camera. BIA camera ID. Right, so then the format is set underscore active camera ID. Right. And oops, so this is our ID, so okay. So then when this command is run, it's going to call our camera manager instance dot toggle camera, passes the ID. There we go. All right. Oh, need to remember to add it to the list. Set underscore active camera. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's test this. Okay. List cameras. All right, so 0, 1, and 2. We're currently on 0. I might actually change it to where we the list also shows which one is active. Actually, I'll do that now while we're at this. Let's go back to our camera manager. So I'm gonna change it to where right here at the end. How do I want to do that? If this is gonna be sloppy if I do it this way. active text equals, yeah, we'll do it this way. So this will go here like that. And then on this, we're going to do active text. So the idea if object equals active camera, then we want the active text to be a star. Else it's going to be empty. Right, so then whatever it is, it gets put here. All right, so then let's go back to here. Clear that, okay. Play. All right, so do that, list cameras. Oh, there it is. Right next to the 0, there's a star. So that indicates our active camera. All right, so then let's do set underscore active camera. Let's set it to 2. Look at that. That's freaking awesome. List cameras. So let's list our cameras again. Oh, yep, number 2 has the star now. So that's freaking awesome. Cool. Oh, I'd love to do the up arrow. Actually, that'd actually be kind of cool if I could do that. Set underscore active camera. Let's put it back to, actually, let's try out 1. Going to 1. Okay, so that's our casting camera. And then set active spell to 0. I said set active camera to 0. There we go. I should probably have something where if it can't find the command, it should do some kind of output, but I'll probably do that after I have a console up here. Excuse me. Cool. So then that all works. That's awesome. I'm gonna take a short break right now, and when I get back, I will probably work on, I'll probably do a little bit of shader graph stuff. Because the cube that's right here, is technically an interactable object, or it's the levitatable object, but it's still sort of an interactable object. I want to be able to actually have it to where it's highlighted when you can interact with it. So that's probably what I'll do next, which will be fun. All right. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm gonna take a short break. So see you in a bit. Alright, and we are back. So, I want to get some kind of outline or something on the object that we are going to levitate or something like that. So, I'm not too familiar with how shader graph works. Although, well, let's see if we can get it in. Let's get it. Make sure we get it installed first. Okay, so we have it installed. So then, see if I can find it. Yeah, it should be in window. Or not. Okay. Alright, well, I guess let's just get the let's just watch the tutorial.
Okay, folks, today we're going to be talking about highlighting things whenever we mouse over them.
Okay, that's
This is
basically what
good
we want.
for anything in your game that your player can interact with, such as a gun or any sort of pickups or specialty items, things like that. There is one thing we will have to fix, but I don't know if this could be a feature that you would want in your game or not. If we were to walk in front of a wall or have a wall in between us and any sort of our interactable objects, you can still see the silhouette of the object. I will show you how to fix this and make it so that you can't see that. Just forewarning, that could be something you want. It could not be something you want. I don't know. But all right, let's go ahead and jump into it. So I have our scene open up in Unity, and I just have a couple random things in here. I have our gun, a cube, a sphere, this random tree I found, a ground plane, a wall, and the player over here. I also down here have two different materials, one for our cube, one for the sphere. Then I have my scripts folder with the outline controller and the outline look at script itself. What we need right now in order to get our outline is a shader. So let's right click, create shader, and let's just do a standard surface shader. We'll call this outline, and we can go ahead and open this up in Visual Studio. So this is the standard shader Unity gives you. We don't actually need any of this, so we can go ahead and Control A and then hit delete. We need to go.
Okay, so let's make our shader. Close some of this down. Create. Oh, it's at the top here. Okay. Standard surface shader. Okay. I'm gonna call this outline. This should open it in. Okay, no. Thought you'd be able to open it in shader graph. Maybe I'm wrong. That is not what I'm. That's weird. Oh, wait, here's our shader. Says we don't need any of this. Right.
However, go find our own shader to handle all the outline stuff for us. So I'll leave a link to this down below, but if you go to this page, and I don't know why it's not loading in correctly, what you need to do is from shader, outline, silhouette, diffuse, all the way down to just before bumped version, we need this last curly bracket. So if we hit Control C to
If I can grab that or not. Silhouette, outlined, diffuse. Let's take a look. This. Okay, here we go. Roughly what I want, but yeah, definitely don't want that showing up behind the wall. Here and paste. Cool.
Copy it, and then Control V to paste it in here. This is our outline shader, and it will handle these sort of outlining stuff for us. So let's hit Control S and save it. So we jump back into Unity. Let's click on our sphere, and what we want, if we come down to the materials, we can pick on which shader we want. So if you notice, we have this outlined right here. If we click on that, open it up, you can see that we now have an outline color, which is yellow. And if we were to slide this up all the way, you can see we're growing with this yellow outline right here. There's one thing I want to change in the shader. As you can see, our max value is 0.03. I personally think that is too small, so let's jump back in the shader.
I was thinking you could probably do this with shader graph, but maybe I'm wrong, actually. Let me look to see if I can find one for shader graph, because I was thinking that would be a bit simpler. Shader graph outline. See that? Wait. Oh, it's brackies. Okay. Wait. How to make a 2D outline? Oh, wait a minute. I know this one. Let me take a look.
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity shader tutorial. In this one I'm going to be covering how to do an outline shader for 2D sprites, and I will do a really quick thing to show you how to do it for a cube as well, though this isn't the way you should probably do it, because this isn't the normal way you do a 3D outline shader. Think of like Borderlands or any cartoony 3D game. That outline shader is a bit more complicated than making a 2D sprite shader like I've done here. So I'll do a separate video for that when I've figured out how to do it in shader graph.
Oh, okay. So that is not what we want. Actually, so this is probably what we want. Oh, this is more like a Borderlands style shader. Let's do this one instead. That's a year ago. That's 2 months ago. Let's do that.
Hey, what's up gamers? Hope you are doing good in this quarantine. Or are you not quarantining anymore? I don't know. Anyways, a while back I created this, not this, but an outline effect, which was kinda bad. All the techniques that I used were unusable. And so now I decided to look if there are other techniques that I can find. And sure enough, I found one, which is from 2019. It's a while back. And you can maybe recognize the scene if you watch Rocky's. He provided the scene as a downloadable link. And I found this outline effect in Unity's YouTube videos. So we're gonna take a look at it and show you how to modify it a little bit. But before we do that, 80% plus of you watching me are not subscribed. Why? Please hit that subscribe button gently and slap that like if you like this video. With that being said, let's just jump into it. The first thing that we are going to do is, or I actually already did, I created the from here rendering, universal render pipeline, and you create this pipeline asset, which will create the renderer and the asset, and it will assign it, right?
I think we have that set up. Let me take a look. No, we don't. Okay. So actually, let's wait. Maybe we do. Oh, we do. me look this over here. Yeah, because I think project setting, graphics. It's using the high quality one. Okay. Always include shaders. Okay.
And then you go to your project settings, graphics, and you assign the pipeline asset there.
Yeah,
so
so
now
we're good on that.
Everything will be rendered using this. So you have your depth texture and opaque texture enabled and all of that stuff in here. And you have this renderer thing in which you can add these render features. And Brackeys used this to make objects still appear when they are behind. Like, for example, when this character goes behind this tower, it will still appear, but using a different effect, like a ghost type of thing. You can check his tutorial out if you would like, but I'm going for obviously something different. And so there are these two scripts that I'm not very, I couldn't understand them very well. I got them from the tutorial of Unity, and I will link that also in the description. I also got the filter from there as well. So what these two scripts allows you is when you click this plus sign, you have this blit. So the render objects comes by default, and it's like rendering each object by itself. Like you can override the material or the depth or whatever you want to override of each object on its own, you can say. But the blit takes as an input the whole thing and writes as an output the whole thing, the whole texture. Let me show you what I mean. So if you mess with these, let's do this. No, not this one. Let's create a material for the sake of testing. Let's make it, I don't know, unlit. And let's assign it to the material here. You'll see everything being rendered using this material, or almost everything. I guess I should put this to after transparent render so that the transparent is also included. Right, but obviously we don't want to render using this, but rather a material using this filter that is, again, created by Unity. And it's already assigned here. So if we assign this, you will see the outline. Now it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, I would say. The further you are, the worse it gets. But otherwise, it's pretty solid, I would say. Let me reduce the size of the gizmos. And there are some parameters here. So this is for how thick you want the outline. I believe it uses this Sobel algorithm. You can read about it, but I think it gets 3 samples horizontally above the point that you are trying to see if there is an outline or not. 3 samples above, 3 samples below, which are these HR, and they are getting a PBR graph. Let's call it outline. That's very odd. I downloaded this sample from the link provided in Brackeys tutorial, so it's still linking to some of the stuff even though I deleted it, which is weird. But anyways, we wanted a PBR graph. So
wait, something about a graph. Oh, PBR graph. Outline. In this case, a cube. We'd want a cube.
here's a PBR, right click, set active, and so we can delete this one. And We can delete all the properties.
Yeah.
And what else? We want a custom node. Create 2 inputs and 1 output. And it's going to be a file. And it's going to be this guy. And the name is Sobel. And this is the output. This is the UV. And this is the thickness. How thick do you want it to be?
I'm definitely not getting something. I mean, he's doing outline, but it's shader graph, object outline. See if there's something else. Although, let's look at this one. Who's doing this one?
Hello everybody and welcome to another shader graph tutorial. In this tutorial I'm going to show you 3 different ways of creating this outline effect. Spoiler alert, the 3 of them are not that good. So with that in mind, let's jump into it.
I will start by creating a cube, a sphere, and let's make it. Let's set the default to be. And as the name suggests, this is going to be a funnel node. And let's have a property funnel outline. And as the name suggests, this is going to be a funnel node. And let's have a property for its power. Let's set the default to be 3. And let's try creating a cube. Apply.
Okay, so he creates the objects. Puts the objects in the scene.
Okay. Now, let's start by the first method, which is the easiest. Let's create a shader, and let's call it funnel outline. And as the name suggests.
Wait. Let's start this over. Hold on. I'm actually gonna make a new folder. Let's call this shaders. Create shader. So there's those, and then he used a PBR outline. He says there's 3 different ways to do this. This is the first way.
Suggests this is going to be a funnel node. And let's have a property for its power. Let's set the default to be 3.
Okay.
And let's go through a step node and put that as an albedo color. Let's see that. Create a material out of it. And let's remove this. Let's make a duplicate. Alright, and let's reduce now we have a problem with the value of the edge of the step. So we can create a property for that. Let's default it to 0.5 and
Okay.
save. Now you can see this obviously doesn't work for sharp objects. You can see like here, because it's based on the angle of each surface, but for smooth objects it might just work fine.
So this is probably not the way we wanted to do it.
Okay, so that's the first method.
'Cause
Second
it's
one,
not going to work on sharp objects, which we're trying
it's
it
not
on a
on
cube,
objects.
so it's not going to work that way.
so let's create a shader and let's call it depth outline, and this is based on the scene depth node, which as far as I know only works in pipeline version 5+, which is like Unity 2019 and above. I'm using 2019.1 beta if you want to use that. So I'll do just like my previous tutorial on the intersection shader. We will multiply this by the camera's far plane, and then we will subtract this from the distance. So let's split this and let's use the alpha. So we will subtract it by the distance of each. This has to be rho, so that this will give us the distance between the camera and each vertex. And then what we also want is the position in world space, and then we will add to it a value and then transform it to from world to object space, and then use that for the position. And I will show you what will happen now. And for the add, I will go with a subtract between the position of each vertex and the the position of the object, which is most of the times it's in the middle of the object. Depends on where you create your model and all that stuff. And then this is going through a multiply node. Let's call this position multi, and use that property and connect that to the add. So this is going to add to each position of the vertices of the mesh. It will add a vector generated from the origin of the object towards that point. So it will go either outside or inside. So now you will see what I mean by that. So here we have this depth outline material assigned to these. I just switched to the lightweight render pipeline because of the transformation. The transform node does not really work correctly, I guess, in the HD, but it works in the lightweight. So now we have this position multi, and you can see the mesh just gets bigger. I guess we need to have bigger boundaries than this. Let's go with 0.2 and in the minus and in the positive, and you can see this thing. So now if we plug this to the albedo, and you have to have a multiply of 0, and I guess this is transparent, it has to be opaque. Let's save that.
Interesting. A lot of different steps just to get a shader.
Alright.
What in the
And then you
world?
can see with offset is 0 and depth multi is 1. You can see this nice outline. However, there is a caveat for it, and it's that when you put it close to something, this is what happens, because it is depth. So the depth of the surface is the same as here, this surface, and so it will ruin this outline. So the last method that I know about is to go back to Blender and flip all the faces. You enter edit mode, you select everything, Ctrl F, flip normals, and let's do that for each one of these. And let's call it flipped. And let's go back to Unity and throw in this flipped with same transform. So now we have the flipped and the non-flipped. And what we are going to do is to select these with the scale. It has to be pivot and scale them a little bit. And you can have these have a shader or a material that is, let's see, outline. And what is this? Go for unlit color and just put a black, and then you can catch all of these and open material and assign outline, and you will have an outline. Now you have to remember that this is a stupid idea, probably, because you are having double the amount of polygon, and if you have something animated, you will have to do like it.
Probably not the best idea for that.
At the same time, also you can see these faces that might appear at some angles. But this is pretty much the nearest way, like the nearest method that you can do to accomplish that without writing an HLSL shader, because that in that method they actually do the same. They do the first render pass, which just draws the whole object in black, and then a second render pass which draws the object shaded in front of that black stuff. But in this case you have actual geometry, which is why you can see these in front of the actual thing. So that's going to be it for this tutorial.
Well, that didn't really help all that much. Gotta be an easy way to do this. Let's take a look at this.
Hey guys, so welcome to another free asset feature for the Unity Asset Store, and this is one of the most popular free assets that you'll find, and it's something called Quick Outline. Now, the last showcase video I did, it reached about 170 likes. I'm curious if we can work together and break 200 likes on this video, because this is a really awesome asset, and I think everybody deserves to see it if you haven't seen it before. So you can look on the Unity Asset Store and you can just type in Quick Outline, as so, and all you need to do from this is you need Unity 5.6 and above, and I have seen people in the reviews say it does work with URP, so I'm guessing that works in HDRP and so on, so in all versions of Unity.
I mean, I guess I could use that. Maybe that'll be the easiest way to go. Let's try it. Yeah, I saw that one somewhere. Maybe. Yeah, here it is. Oh, let's give it a try. See if we can leverage this. Okay. It uses a script that you can just attach. Import. Thing is, I want to be able to flip it on and off when we hover over it and hover over it and don't hover over it. Default value false. Okay. Quick outline. Resources, materials, shaders, scripts. Just one script. Okay. Well, let's give it a go. So outline. Nope, it doesn't show there. Outline all, visible. Hidden, outline and silhouette. Nope. So there's a readme. Add an outline to an object. Drag and drop the script onto the object. The outline material will be loaded at runtime. You can also add outlines programmatically with. Oh, well, that wouldn't be too bad. Because we could do it. Yeah. That actually would be the better option. So let's do it that way. Okay. So. Get our code here. We want our levitatable. New object.add component. Okay. I'm gonna add. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna put a method here. So public. Oh no. Yeah. Private void toggle outline. Okay. If outline of if has outline or yeah. Else. Outline mode. What are the different modes? Outline script does a small amount of work in Wake. For best results, use outline dot enable to toggle the outline of. Oh, okay. So then we probably don't want to do it this way then. So take that out, take this off. We'll go up here. Outline. Go to our start here. Outline equals get component outline. Okay, if outline's enabled, or if outline is not enabled, then we could just preset it, I guess, honestly. Yeah, I guess we don't need this. So instead, we'll just on hover over, we'll just do equals true. False. Okay, cool. Cube. Outline. There we go. Let's make it like a blue, light blue. That'll work. 2's good. What's the precompile? For large meshes, you may also like to enable precompile in the editor. This will reduce the amount of work performed in Awake. Okay. So, what's the mode? Outline all, outline visible. Outline hidden, outline and silhouette, silhouette only. Okay, I'm just do outline all because we're gonna toggle this on and off. Let's give it a try. See if this works. Oh wow, that's actually kind of cool. Oh, look at that. That's cool. I definitely like the outline. That works really well. Even visible to the player, which I guess. All right. Yeah, that looks awesome. What else do I want to work on? Because that actually went by pretty quick. That was actually surprising. All right. I'm gonna take a short break. I know I took one not too long ago, but I forgot to get me some water, so I will be right back. And then, what time is it? I'll probably stream for maybe like a bit under an hour after this. Maybe I might work on the debug console a little bit more, but and then that'll probably be it for me today. But anyway, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Had to do some moving of furniture a little bit, but good. Alright, so we got our little outline thing working, it looks like. I'm gonna change, close that, stuff like that. I'm going to change the debug console thing a bit so we can actually have an output. First things first, I'm going to comment this line out so I can actually quickly and easily modify it. Okay, fine. Play. So, hitting play, it should, yep, it makes the console me, maybe not, maybe I shouldn't do this. I just realized that I need to actually, like, yeah, there we go. Because I need to actually, like, do the controls and all. Oh, well, yeah, controls. In fact, that reminds me, I have the toggle console and return here. I honestly should probably... Yeah, actually, I'm going to make a new action map. I'm going to call this debug. And I'm going to... I wish I could copy. Can I copy? Oh, yeah, copy. Debug. Paste. So there's our toggle console, which is what we want. And then... the return doesn't need to be here. I'm going to cut that out and paste it over here. So paste. Cool. This is so I can use the actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Add. Let's do we're gonna do a previous command. We'll do a next command. So this will be later when I add like a functionality to like being able to go back through the previous commands that you've already entered. We're going to do the up arrow, the keyboard mouse, and then this one is going to be the down arrow, keyboard mouse. Cool. Save asset. Oh, that's gonna get annoying. Where? It's in this code, isn't it? No. Sorry, I'm watching one of my cats. Enjoying the new play or sniffing out the new placement of something we moved. Oh, And then I've got the other cat behind me. Hi. I wanted to say about setting up a cat cam. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, we need to add to our input manager these new things. In fact, okay, so we can switch action maps here. That's good. Need to organize this a little bit. So that's the player input. Player I labeled it down here. So player action map. Okay, so that's the player action map. The point. That's not player action map. I think that's casting action map. Spell casting action map. Point. Yeah, on point. Which I'll probably want to do the same for down. Well, I don't really need these new vectors. And get rid of those. There we go. At least I don't think. So wait, on move, on look, on toggle, return is no longer. I want to move that. Interact is, and cast is. Do extra space. Just so we have, of course, my autocomplete thing. Okay. Cast. So the return is going to be part of spell casting. We'll just put it at the bottom. This can go up here. Because that's part of that. Point, draw, cast is action is the player action map, and then end cast input, that's part of the spell casting. Okay, cool. This needs to go up here, as does this. All right. toggle console. Okay, debug manager toggle console. Okay. I'll have to change some of that later, maybe, but that's fine. Debug action map. Okay, so what I want to happen, it toggles the console. I'll have to redo some of this code, but overall it should be fine later. Okay, so instead of this, where I'm deactivating the move and the look, I'm wanting to switch. So input manager dot instance dot switch input map to debug. Actually, come to think of it, I also wouldn't mind being able to switch that too. Instead of doing it the other way, because I mean, the simplest thing would be do this, debug in player, but we have other input maps, so I don't want to just switch back to player. What I want to do is store the current one. Which I could probably do that here. So on the switch input map, so what we can do is, let's go up to the top here. Let's do a serialized field and do a private string, and let's do current input action map. Okay. So I'm noticing that like already the cats are like really loving that placement of the scratching thing that we put near here. So yeah, they've both laid on it and sat on it like within the few couple minutes it's been there. Anyway, that's distracting. So what we do is our current input map, what we want to do is we want to capture the current input action map first. Well, but we need the previous one, technically, as well. Well, I guess we can do that. Let me just grab this. we'll do previous input action map. So then let's take this. Previous action map equals current input action map. Of course, the current one is going to be default to player. All right. So we take the current one, we store it in the previous one, and then we do, and in the current one, we store the new one in the current one. And there we go. So a little bit of stuff there. So then what we want to do back on our debugger manager, so we switched the input map to that, but now we want to do input manager dot instance that I just realized that those are private variables. So then let's make them public. But public read only. Well, no, hold on, give me a second. We'll just do it the way we've been doing it. Copy. And then down here, we'll do the public string current input action map and public string previous input action map. So this is basically going to be our other stuff will be able to access once I get this into place. All right. Cool. That'll work. And then these is what we will, since I can't set those, but I can set these. Yep, that'll work. I don't want anything outside of the input manager to be able to set those. All right, so then not contain dashes. Oh, because we're not done here. Okay, current, no. String. Semicolon. And there. What we want. Cool. All right, so we're swapping to a completely different action map now. Which should be fine. I'm gonna have to map some stuff though. Actually, I'm also noticing I need to fix that. For the debug thing, I'm handling it differently here. I'm calling it directly, and actually I don't want to do that. What I want to do, these are fine, that's fine, this is not fine, and this is not fine. What I need to do is put it up here. Actually, okay. So let's start with this. So debug action map. Let's do serialized field private. Actually, we also need to do it here. Well, we need to be able to do it anywhere, technically. The toggle console, because that should be accessible from any mapping. So toggle console. And it should be a Boolean. Right, and then down here, I'm putting the toggle console in the debug section because it's technically for debug, but it will be a control that'll be on all maps, all action maps. So public bool toggle console toggle input console input get underscore oh, I didn't wait, yeah, underscore toggle console input. There we go. Right. And then all we're doing here, not that one, wherever it is, right here. If it's performed, it's true. If it's canceled, it's false. So then that should work. And I'll be able to map this to to all the different ones and all the buttons. I also need to move that down here. Also squish these together. Oh. Oh. So then this one will also be different because it's the return button. We're gonna call it underscore return toggle. No. Return input. And now we need to make our things. I'm not going to worry about making the next command and previous command because I'm not ready yet for that. I don't even have that functionality in, so we'll wait on that. So serialized field, private bool underscore return input down here, public bool return input get underscore return input. All right, so there we go. And everything's in place. So we need to change our debug manager to where we'll leave that. This will have to change. And then we need an update statement. Update. All right, so right here. So basically we are checking to see if input manager dot instance dot toggle console input is true. So basically it's been fired. And then else if it's false, right? So if it's true, then we want actually it'd probably be easier just to do this. Yeah. Toggle console, clear console. But we want to do input. Manager that instance. That's true. Else, okay. Actually, never mind. We don't want to do this. Alright. So basically, if that button is pressed, we want to toggle the console, no matter what. And then basically toggle console, toggle the show console here, and all that stuff. And clear the, okay. Yeah, that's what we want. That's the easiest way to do it. We're also gonna do, we're still gonna do an else if, so else if, but this is gonna be for the input manager dot instance dot return input. If it's the return input, where are we handling the return? Oh, wait, return input. Right here. So then return input. Okay. That means these can be private now. Since that's how we're gonna do it. Handle console input. That can be private as well. Their console input can, oh wait, we got two reference. Okay. Private, 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 private. Okay. Basically from here, nothing. Okay. So this thing is its own contained thing. Alright. So what I want to do, the console. Okay, actually, let's make sure all this still works. Of course, we need to wire up the events a little bit. Yeah, we do. Okay. I was just thinking, like, do we? Because we've had them wired up before. Yeah, we do. Because different action map now. Oh, wait. I need to fix something. So player still has this. I need to copy. Spellcast. Paste. And I'm gonna put one in the UI as well. Paste. Save assets. We just need the one to toggle the console. Okay. Cool. So then back here, events. I might eventually have it to where I don't have to do this part. Instead, I'll just do it in code, so it's a little easier. But for now, I guess I'm gonna do it this way. In order to do it this way, so there's our toggle. Okay, so that's still wired correctly. Player UI. Game manager. Let's go to the debug manager. No, not the input manager. And we want to do on toggle console. Save. So then that one's wired up. Oops. Spellcasting. Here we go. Toggle console. Game manager. Input manager. Toggle console. Okay, so that one's done. So now debug. And then the debug one, okay, so we need to get the return. Input manager on return. And then toggle console. Input manager. Toggle console. Save. Done. Okay, it should be all wired. So then we're good there. Here's all of our different inputs. Which this is good for like debugging purposes, see if something's actually firing correctly. And then our debug manager. Which has access to the player input. In player. Does it need access to the player input? 0 references. I guess not. The player, I know, yes, because I think one of our commands needs that somewhere. Player, yeah, get component. Oh, the third person controller. Okay. Cool. Let's actually make sure everything is still working correctly. I am running out of time. Play. Okay, so if I hit this, cool. List underscore cameras. That still works. That's awesome. So if I hit that, okay, it goes back to the previous one. So then let's test this out. All right. So while here, I can still do it. Uh-oh. Something stopped working. It's locked. Well, that kind of sucks. I'll have to fix that later. That's weird. That's also a checkbox. wait, sorry. I was thinking that was the input, but no, that's just the show console. Okay, well, we got a little bit of a bug here. Let's see if we can fix. What's happening? Current input action is spellcasting. But our mouse is locked. I think I know. Give me a second. It's happening here in the debug manager. When we toggle the console, the cursor lock state. Because we're going back to a locked cursor, but that's dependent on what we're using. I might have to capture that too. Yeah, let's do that. Go up here. I'm gonna copy this. Current cursor lock state. Previous cursor lock state. Cursor lock mode dot locked. We want that to be locked to start with. So that's an int. Oh, guess we can try this. Then technically an enum. Cursor. Wait, what am I doing? I don't need to do that. Let's go down to this. Paste, paste, and paste, and paste. And then cursor lock mode. There. We're also going to do, let's do a new method here for switching. Public void switch cursor lock state. Let's just grab debug manager. Take these. Come back here. Cursor lock mode. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the same thing what we did for the input mapping. But we're gonna do there. So back to the debugger. Switch cursor lock state, cursor lock mode dot. For the debug manager, it should be none. There we go. And then for here, we want to do cursor lock mode mode, we'll just call it mode, equals input manager dot instance dot previous cursor lock state, and then we pass it to that. There we go. So then that should fix that problem. Oh, that's gonna annoy me. Forgot I need to fix that. From the quick outline. No, this is not my script, but what's it complaining about? I think it's I'm not finding it here. Oh. Let's test out the console thing then. All right, so moving around there. Cool. Okay, cool. Click on this for the spell. Start casting. I'll have to get rid of that. Well, I don't know. Wouldn't be too bad to have a toggle for something like that. Anyway, this is good. Nope, it's not working. Why is it not working? I'll probably figure that one out later. Okay. Wait, it says the previous state was locked. Why? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I'll figure that one out later. Let's get that console thing working. Because we're already doing it for help. But I want to use this. So if I comment if here out, we want to always draw this when the console is showing, which is this part here. It's a scroll view, so for each command, it grabs the command, it does a label. Label. Label rectangle, okay. Viewport width, okay. And puts it up. Well, I guess one thing we could do is just do, let's do a private string. I'm gonna call this console output. Output. And then what I'm gonna have it do is it's going to output it. Okay. So then we're gonna test it. I guess we'll test it with help. Although, well, I actually did this wrong. This, okay, so, this part needs to go in the actual command. But some of these I can't put there. So, like, oh wait, new rectangle. I mean, I could still do the same thing. It would be a array. Okay, hold on. I need to copy this and put this down here, right here. Okay. And then we're gonna use this still. So console output. So Excuse me. Label, rectangle. Label. Text position. Make a text or texture label on screen. Length. This is going to be string output text. I'm going to call it. So something like this. Okay. Although I might keep this. I'm going to keep this if console output length is greater than 0. And then what we want to do is, well, no, we do want to keep the console output there. We want to override it every time when we output something. Okay. Well, that should work. And then what we're gonna do here is string, okay. We don't need these. What we're gonna do is instead actually array is a bad idea. A list would be better. List of string. So we could just add to it and it'll scroll just fine. Count. Output text. And then we would do console output dot add output text. For each command we have. We don't need the show help anymore. Actually, let's try without this. All right. see how this goes, and then I'm gonna have to end the stream pretty soon. It's kind of late, and I'm hungry. I want to do dinner. Okay. What's the warnings? Field debugger data is never signed to, always default to null. We need to fix that. Oops. Alright, here we go. In fact, we'll set it here. Oops. Equals new list of string. Alright, play. Let's see what we got. Oh, why is the cursor shown? That's weird. Oh, cool. Alright, so that actually works. Interesting. Alright, well that means we can do where is it? List cameras. List camera names. So then and then output console output dot add. Okay. That's weird looking. Oh, that's much better. Just looks weird with the lighting, I guess. List underscore cameras. Oh, it keeps the output too. That's kind of nice. Oh, it says it's supposed to be like a scroll. Oh, can't really scroll. There's no scroll bar. I'll have to fix that later. Anyway, that is all the time I have for now. Hopefully this has been interesting. I'm really happy with this outline. Looks really nice. Also test the outline on different objects and stuff. Let's see how that looks. But yeah, this seems to work pretty well. And and it goes back to previous camera. That's pretty cool. All right. That is, yeah. So that's all the time I have for now. I hope you guys thought this was good. I hope you enjoyed watching me do various different things as far as codes and the outline and stuff like that. But anyway, thank you all for joining, and have a good evening.